It's world number one, Mark Allen, up against Junxu. First to 6 frames to book a place in the quarterfinals of the Shanghai Masters. Not the best start, catching the blue. And it's good morning to Steve Hallworth.
Yeah, good morning, Phil. Good morning, everybody. Great to have your company for this one. We get to see the new world number one, Mark Allen, in action in this fantastic event. We've already seen some superb snooker so far. Last night was, in particular, very enjoyable. Ding Junxu coming through a comeback from Ali Carter to set up a mouth-watering tie tomorrow night against the Rocket. But 4 more spots up for grabs in that quarterfinals. And the world number one, Mark Allen, will be doing everything he can to book his place there. But he's got a stern task today to overcome Junxu, who himself has become quite a tough match player. Still only very young, but a tough nut to crack.
Yes, and they've only played once before, and Pang came out on top. That was at the German Masters in 2021, 5-2. One of the features of the play in the first couple of days here is the speed of the table. It's been like lightning. Conditions can change day to day, even session to session sometimes, but it has been a feature, hasn't it, Steve, that it's been very quick, because sometimes in Asia conditions can be heavier.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's been noticeable, hasn't it, how fast this bed of the cloth is running. It just encourages good scoring for me. There's been a number of centuries already so far in this event, and a lot of one-visit snooker. You can just see the cue ball just has that extra roll on it.
Yeah, 13 centuries already, including a 1-4-1 from Barry Hawkins. Top break, there's £10,000 as a bonus for whoever makes the highest break. 210,000 for the winner of this tournament. Mark Allen was actually a runner-up in Shanghai 10 years ago. Lost heavily to Stuart Bingham. He's been in a couple of semi-finals as well.
One.
So first real chance falls to Pang, although this pink needs tending to. Tough pot across the table. Oh, he's played it very well. That's a good pot from Pang, particularly early on in this match. Never nice to face that type of shot so early on, but he's negotiated it nicely.
7. Eight.
So didn't intend for the flick on the red close to the side rail there. And he's looking at this pink, but quite thin, and there's probably not much value unless he can avoid the green playing the cue ball in and out of baulk. Yeah, he couldn't avoid the green and he's overcut the pink. So an early mistake from Pang. The previous red was the problem there. Not a good positional shot.
One.
Mark Allen has become a serial winner in the last 2 or 3 seasons. That's why he's at world #1. In the 2022-23 season, he won 3 ranking titles, including the UK Championship. Made the semi-finals of the World Championship. And last season he was at it again, won the shootout, which proved significant, although it might be considered one of the smaller ranking tournaments. It actually got Mark Allen into the Tour series of events, the World Grand Prix, Players Championship and Tour Championship, and of course he went on to win the Players Championship, so it was a very significant tournament for him. 50,000 points that he got to go with the first prize. Nice red. And he was looking good to make the quarterfinals of the World Championship, wasn't he, before John Higgins produced one of those extraordinary clearances of his to deny him.
Yeah, it was incredible, wasn't it, that clearance John made. But after such a good campaign, I think, you know, it took a bit of brilliance, didn't it, to stop Mark. You probably fancied him to have a bit of a deeper run in Sheffield. Although, you know, you can't really complain at your season. He lifted 3 titles last year, as you just mentioned. You know, in this day and age, the standard is so good, and obviously him, Judd Trump and Ronnie, they pretty much mopped up everything last year, didn't they? They were just so dominant. It's hard to do that in this modern game now.
Yes, and there's been much discussion about how Allen has modified his game in the last few seasons. He used to be known as a very dangerous break builder, quite a mercurial player who, yes, could have flat spells, but then when he hit form could be devastating. Now he's prepared to take a bit more time and play the percentages. He's become a much tougher all-round match player as a result, and that's why he's been getting the results he has. 11 ranking titles now on the Allen CV. It's pretty impressive.
Yeah, I think in years gone by as well, he's been one of these guys that, you know, sort of overanalyzes his performance, and perhaps days when he doesn't quite play his A game, he could maybe just let that get to him. But I think I just get the impression now that it's all about the W for Allen, regardless of how he performs. If he's into the hat for the next round, that's all that matters. Because ultimately, if you keep doing that, you're always going to be going close to lifting the title. And he has. He's become a very tough match player, Mark Allen. Be interesting to see how he fares this season as the world #1. First time he's got to that, the top of our sport. Only the 12th man to ever do that.
That's also evidence, isn't it, of how the game has changed in terms of when players are peaking these days. There was a time when perhaps players would hit their peak around the 30s, early 30s. Oh, he's missed a sitter there. But now we're seeing players increasingly produce their best into their late 30s, even mid-40s, and Allen is 38. But he won't be happy with this one.
Wow, that is such a shocker from Mark Allen, isn't it? It came out of nowhere as well. He was just starting to look good there. He just sort of unlocked the frame nearly. Got the pink into the open. Plenty of reds available.
One.
The first unforced error of this match. And how costly will it be? I'm sure Pang would like that first red back. He's not played that as he would have liked. He wanted to be much closer to this pink. So much so that he doesn't even fancy it.
Junxu, 1.
Well, Mark Allen will be absolutely delighted that that simple missed red has only cost him 1 point.
Yes, I think there have been shades of Mark Selby in the way Mark Allen has gone about his snooker in the last few seasons. He's developed that ability to win and win big matches, even tournaments, without playing anywhere near his best. And what an asset that is to have when your B and your C games are that strong that you can make errors but still come through. Whereas perhaps in the past he needed to be closer to his best to have a chance of winning an event. Now he can, if necessary, dig deep to get the job done, even if it's not necessarily pretty.
Yeah, brilliant pot from Mark Allen. We had a nice little corridor to find
1.
at the back of those reds and black there. Struck it nicely. The sort of shot that these guys practice day in, day out. It was a poor safety shot really from Pang to allow Allen his hand on the table, because these top guys, you leave them hand on table from range and you can pretty much expect the object ball to find the back of the pocket. So just a little bit of movement in Allen's eye there. Just getting up, doing the right thing, steadying himself again. Of course, this Mark Allen's first match of this event. Pang has already played one. Came through the round of 24, beating Gary Wilson 6-5.
And Wilson did
6.
most of the scoring in that match. He made a couple of centuries, but as we saw ahead of this one, Pang potted the key balls in the decider.
7.
Well, it was pretty congested around that black spot, but he's played a nice little cannon there. Now, will the black respot? I think it will, so he'll have to take the red with the rest.
14.
Just needs to be careful, try and find a way for his cue ball out of this area. Screw around the back of the reds. Well, he's caught the red and he's in no man's land, really. Time to just tie things up, push a colour safe.
Yellow ball. Marker item 15.
So 40 the lead, 59 still on the table.
Yeah, he's not done a very good job there, Allen, of pushing the yellow safe. He's just caught it a little bit thin. So there's still, well, this frame is still wide open, really, albeit Pang with the 40-point deficit. If he was to get back in, it would be a good chance.
Foul.
Crikey, that couldn't have gone more wrong. Look at the damage he's done. There's nothing safe. That's two glaring errors in this frame from Mark Allen. Missed the short range red to this left corner earlier in the frame, and now what a chance for Pang to get right back in this frame, if not win it.
Yeah, massive misjudgment from Mark Allen. It looked very tight past the blue, didn't it? But
What?
didn't really just catch the edge of it. He's caught it pretty thick, so that could be a very costly mistake so early on in this match. It's important that Pang just tries to settle himself here. As you say, he's got the reds, well, as nice as you could want them, really, I suppose. Just a little bit of problem solving here. Just needs to plan his route.
7. Hey.
Well, he wanted to be much straighter on this blue. To just screw over behind this red. He may have a little bit too much angle here and have to play a little controlled cannon. You can see he's disappointed. It's a poor shot, really, to leave himself where he has. Just needs to be mindful of the cannon. Just try and push the red on. Yeah, it's okay, but he's going to have to play a good shot to get the cue ball out now. You can see how quickly this has gone wrong, and it was all because of that positional shot on the blue. He's going to have to play this red with pace, which makes it missable. Well, I suppose it was a good pot, but again, he's landed nowhere, really. He's low on the pink, the wrong side, so can't get to the red easily. He's looking at other options, but every other shot is a big shot, isn't it? So, again, it might be wise to just try and tie Alan up here. Well, he's taken the pink for the points, and now he's going to have to play a good safety on the red. He's got big targets
20.
in behind baulk colours, but it's very important that he gets the object ball safe here.
Junxu, 20.
He's just about pushed that red beyond the potting angle of the centre pocket for Alan. Bit of a scrappy start to proceedings. Alan's made a couple of fairly significant mistakes, but hasn't been punished, really. 35 left, 15 the difference.
Yeah, that is key, isn't it? The fact that he hasn't been punished for those mistakes yet. The trouble is for Pang, someone of Mark Allen's class, is that if he allows him to get a foothold in this match, he could quickly get away from Pang. You know, these top players, they're such good front runners. It's important Pang stamps his authority quickly. possibly take this red onto the left corner pocket mark. If you're going to miss it, it's worth missing it thin, and he has done. Cue ball was always heading back down this area of the table with plenty of balls to try and hide in behind. It's not quite got there behind the pink, so over to Pang to try and gain the advantage here. Again, a lot of big targets on this table.
Another feature of Mark Allen's recent snooker, which has taken him to world #1, is that he has patience to burn. If the frames are scrappy, he's happy to bide his time, as long as he gets the job done in the end.
And from watching Pang quite closely over the last couple of seasons as well, he's not the most prolific scorer. I think he lacks a little bit of rhythm at times, which he almost sort of gets in the way of himself, sort of overthinks things. He can be quite pedestrian, and I think, you know, his game plan in general is to try and match those players tactically. But these guys are so good tactically, so it's a pretty big uphill battle for him. I think the bottom line is, when he gets his chance, he has to score. Nowadays, the modern game is all about scoring. If you don't score heavy, it's very difficult to keep scrapping away wins and chipping away at frames. You know, playing granite snooker. Gone are the days of winning matches like that. You may get away with the odd one, but over the course of a season, you'll be found out. So just steadies himself for this one. Again, nothing really safe on this table, so it's pretty much a red ball frame, you feel. Yeah, good pot. Nicely struck, and he's perfect on the brown. He's got the angle to just stun over for the yellow. That will make him feel good. They're very missable, that type of shot. He struck it well.
This being the yellow, of course, that Allen wanted to leave glued to the side cushion, but failed to do so.
5.
He had quite a lot of room for error there. He's landed pretty straight on this yellow, so he can't get close to the green. Didn't want to have to play it with the rest as well, so you would have to say it was a pretty poor shot from the brown, but he's dealt with the yellow nicely, but he needs to follow it up with another nice pot on the green.
7.
Just feels like one big shot after another at the moment. Again, he's just got to remain focused, try and see out these final few balls.
Well, that was well played. It was certainly missable, and he just shaved the near jaw, but it's gone in. So what a chance now to steal, and Mark Allen will be irritated if he does, because he's had good chances in this frame. Had the lead, didn't play the best safety, and then of course missed the long range red in catching the blue. Then had another attempt at a long red into the opposite corner and missed that as well. So just blue and pink required for 1-0.
19.
Nicely done from Pang Junxu. Clearance of 32 to steal the opening frame against the world number 1, Mark Allen. A perfect start for the underdog. He leads 1-0.
Second frame.
Referee Zhang Tao resets the balls. Mark Allen breaking off in frame 2. Will be a little irritated, I think, that he didn't win that opening frame. A couple of errors from him, but as we know, very tough between the ears these days, Mark Allen. And I'm sure he'll shake off that disappointment pretty quickly. But nevertheless, Steve, that was a great frame for Pang to steal.
Yeah, the clearance was far from tidy, wasn't it? But it was a very important one because Mark did make a couple of mistakes, and when you do that, it's very important that the other player punishes the mistakes because, as I mentioned, Mark Allen, the type of player that if he gets his neck in front, it could be quite hard to stop. We saw yesterday with Mark Williams against Judd Trump. Williams made a couple of unforced errors, and Judd, the champion that he is, he smelt blood and he pounced. And he put Mark under it from the off. It's important that Pang tries to do that here. Okay, it's going to be a tough task because Mark is our current number 1. But it was important he won that first frame, and he did.
That's a golfing class when it comes to break building. Pang has only made 45 career centuries. He turned pro in 2020. Made 15 last season. Mark Allen, on the other hand, has now made in excess of 600. Of course, he's been a pro since '05. He made 47 during the last campaign. So winning those tight, scrappy frames, imperative, you would think, for Pang today, and that's exactly what he's done in the opener.
I suppose the one thing that you can sort of commend Pang for is that regardless of who he's playing, he always tries to dictate the play on his terms, whether he be playing a top player or someone lower down the rank. He never changes his game. He's always played this way. Very steady, isn't he? He doesn't really have much flair. You look at how he sort of sets himself up, and it's very manufactured almost. Very disciplined in what he does. He based himself in Sheffield at Ding Zhonghui's academy. I used to practice myself there a couple of days a week, and I must say I was always quite in awe of Pang. You know, some days I'd arrive there at 9:30 and, you know, play a couple of sets with people. He'd already be there, and he'd be there till, you know, 5, 6 o'clock at night, just playing solo all day. You know, just constant routines and different shots, long balls, just non-stop, absolutely peppering it. He's very dedicated to his practice.
as is Mark Allen. He was speaking about that actually ahead of this new season, saying that he still has a great passion for practicing and he can do so for hours on end. John Higgins, on the other hand, who's obviously in the final stretch of his career, has said that he's found it increasingly difficult to practice solo in particular. He still likes competing against fellow players on the practice table. I think he's been playing with Ross Muir in the build-up to this tournament, but he's finding it increasingly hard to do more than 1 or maybe 2 hours on his own. Just doesn't quite have that same drive that he did when he was a young man like Pang, which I guess is understandable.
Yeah, it's a tough game really in that respect, isn't it? Because when you are practicing, you're very much on your own at times, and it's sort of all on you to do the work. And sometimes it's not just about practicing and hitting balls, it's about what you actually do when you're there and trying to make it as productive as possible, which at times can be very tough, as Pang slots in a superb red, fully committed to that, dropped the red in. You can see he stayed with it the whole way. Fantastic pot, and now needs to follow it up with another nice one on this black. You can see the black spot well and truly available. This now the key shot to getting in this frame. Oh, but he's missed it. He just caught the far jaw. Possibly the pace just kept that one out.
Well, it was a scratchy start from Mark Allen in the opening frame. He missed an easy red and then didn't even make contact with the red from distance, catching the blue. Ultimately it cost him, but this is a chance now to get his arm going. As we've mentioned already, Pang has the advantage of having played a match, and a lengthy one at that, which went the distance yesterday against Gary Wilson, so Allen's still acclimatising to the conditions here.
I'm quite surprised he didn't go into that pack there with a little bit more pace. It was a free shot for Mark to get those reds open, knowing that he was always going to be on that red as the insurance ball. And now the pack isn't as inviting to attack from the blue, with the pink being detached. Possibly just missed a little trick there. Maybe just playing it a little bit more cautious early on in this match. I think had he have been 3 or 4 up, he would have gone into the pack at pace. Yeah, and he was up very quickly off that. Well, he's potted the blue, but I think he thought he'd missed it.
And given that that clearly wasn't played as intended in the end, he's had a result, hasn't he, to not only see the blue go in, but be on this red as well.
13.
Well, he's gone into the pack nicely to hold the cue ball and just push a few more into play. He does have one on, to the left middle. It looked like he was going to be perfect on this one to right corner, but you can see the cue ball's just come to rest and has landed touching ball on another. So it's just become a little bit awkward now because he's slightly hampered over the reds here. It was that type of shot where cue ball going into the pack, you feel, you know, you'd be unlucky not to finish nicely. Felt almost impossible not to finish good. And he is on one though. Just needs to be careful. So he's one good positional shot away here from being back in perfect position around the business end of the table.
Not much doing there. Shake of the head from Mark Allen. China was the venue for his maiden ranking title, the World Open in Haiku. Tournament he successfully defended back in 2013. He also won the International Championship in Asia in 2018, so he's had plenty of success in China, Mark Allen. Runner-up in this event, as mentioned, to Stuart Bingham a decade ago.
And it's an exciting campaign ahead for him, isn't it? You know, every snooker player's dream is to get to the top of the rankings, and of course Mark has just achieved that. So begins this campaign as, I suppose, the player everyone wants to beat. You know, there's now a target on his back, which, you know, in previous years gone by, possibly didn't have that. So it just adds a little bit more of a different dynamic to his season. There's a bit more pressure on him. And as I say, it'll be interesting to see how he deals with that. You know, because it is new to him. And so far in this match, it's been a pretty shaky start from Mark Allen. There's been a number of errors. Pang's just got to pick up on this. You know, sense what's happening out there in the arena. He knows that Mark Allen is not quite at the races today, and it's definitely a chance for him to put Mark under some early pressure.
One.
Yeah, the other pressure for Allen this season, aside, as you say, from now being a target, is that he's got plenty of points to defend from the success he had 2 seasons ago. So he's going to have to have deep runs in those events to avoid losing points, like the UK Championship. That's the flip side of having success, isn't it? That it can then come back to bite you a couple of seasons later if you're not in the same form.
Yeah, and that's how cutthroat the rankings can be now. You know, the 2-year rolling system, it very much rewards consistency. And you often see, particularly further down the rankings, that a player has maybe 1-2 good seasons, but then come that 3rd year when they're having to defend those points, if you sat around the 64 mark in the rankings, you can quickly see and see yourself be put under a lot of pressure come the end of the year. We always see it, don't we? Those guys around that 64 mark. Comes down to the World Championships. There's always a lot of pressure out there. That's another nice pot from Pang. He himself has yet to find perfect position, really. He's just losing his cue ball a little bit, just chasing it around the table. Again, these conditions, if you're timing the ball nicely and you've got full control over it, the game becomes very easy. But when you just miss timing them a fraction and losing your cue ball, it's very easy to run out of position and become unstuck. But he just keeps knocking them in at the minute.
17. Four.
It's been pretty adventurous, this break so far, and he's going to have to play another good shot if he's going to pot this red down the rail. Look at how thin it is from where the cue ball is. Looking at the red just beneath the pink, which is also very thin to middle. Yeah, and he has come unstuck. It just felt like that break was just starting to go wrong. Wasn't able to get hold of his cue ball and it's cost him. Obviously, Mark Allen doesn't really want to get dragged into this style of play, although he is able to, of course, play this type of game if he wants. He'd prefer a much open game. His strength is when he gets in the balls and he's scoring heavy. Usually around the black spot, he's pretty devastating. But as I say, Pang's a tricky opponent because he's able to just sort of dictate the rhythm of the match. I've seen no end of games go like this with Pang. He's very good at this.
He's one of the more pedestrian players on the tour as well, operating at over 30 seconds a shot so far in this match. Albeit that Allen is probably a couple of seconds on average slower than he used to be. But he won't be fazed by that. As mentioned, he'll scrap it out if necessary. Even so, he'll be a little concerned at the errors he's made early in this match, and he's very aware that Pang can take advantage, as he did in their only previous meeting, which Pang won.
He's currently sat at 29th in the world rankings, Pang Junxu, and you don't get that high up in those rankings without being pretty consistent throughout the season. It's all about winning matches at the end of the day, regardless of how you do it or how it looks. Other than a semi-final at the last season's Championship League, he failed to get past the last 16 of an event. But as I say, those first couple of rounds in every tournament are pretty big, and if you can become a player that wins the majority of them, you're always going to be heading in one direction in the rankings, and it's upwards.
Yeah, and that one round of 16 was in a lucrative event as well, the International Championship. He's a good potter, isn't he? That's something that really is a strength of his. Those single pots, missable pots, he gets a very high percentage of.
Yeah, and Allen played a poor safety shot, really. Failed to get the cue ball in behind the black, so left that tempter for Pang, and he's knocked it in with confidence again. And now the reds really are spread nicely. So Alan's lead has disappeared in this frame, and Pang at the table now with a chance to extend his lead in the match.
Eight.
The more Pang can just inflict early pain on Mark Allen, it just puts him under that little bit more pressure. It just asks Allen the question of, can you turn it on? Can you find something? Because at the minute, he's looking a little out of sorts.
Thirteen. 15.
With taking baulk colours with these reds, he's going to need them all. It's all about just making sure you're nice on your next one here, because they are all there for him.
Twenty. 21.
Just a reminder that the field of 24 initially for this tournament was composed of the top 16 in the ranking list, followed by the next 4 highest ranked Chinese players, of which Pang is one, and 4 wildcards from China, a couple of which have acquitted themselves exceptionally well.
Twenty-three. 24.
'So blue puts him 28 points in front. So he will only need the red. But can he get nicely on it? He wants to be right behind it, if he can. Well, he tried to come across the face of it, and he's missed the blue, and I suppose he's been quite fortunate because the blue has then come to cannon the cue ball. But where he left it, he was always going to be in trouble the next time he came back to the table. And he is. He's in a snooker. He's got to hit this red and get it safe, because there are no colours safe on this table. No insurance for Pang. There you can see it's a pretty full snooker. Possibility of a swerve around the yellow, but it's a pretty big one. So looking at the one cushion escape, he wants to hit this red. Probably play this with a little bit of pace to try and get distance. Yeah, it's a good hit. And he's okay. So it's not all that easy to send the red in and out of baulk here. That blue looks a pretty big ball, so he may look to try and send the red twice across the table onto the baulk cushion. Try and get the cue ball back down this end of the table. Well, he has tried to get the red in and out, and he's done a pretty good job, although the pace is no good, and he's left the red on for Pang.
He started this frame by floating in a superb long red into the opposite corner. If this goes in, it's surely going to be 2-0. No joy, though.
I fancied him for that one. It's the type of shot he practices day in, day out. He didn't really strike it with much authority, did he? It was a pretty weak strike in the end. And again, finds himself in trouble. Mark Allen just clinging on at the moment. Obviously a massive frame for him. Doesn't want to go 2 down.
That's worked out pretty well in the end. The problem here for Pang is that there's no safe colour to come to his rescue. If Allen does pop the red, he would be favourite to win the frame, even though he's 23 behind. And he's in control of this safety exchange at the moment, although I don't know whether he's got the snooker there. If he hasn't, he'll be annoyed. Must be tight. Yeah, he has got it. Maybe he hasn't.
Although not really able to gain an advantage, just catching the red thin. You feel Mark Allen has definitely got the upper hand in these little exchanges. It's important that Mark doesn't accidentally push a colour safe at some stage, because as you mentioned, they're all there. It's pretty much a red ball frame, isn't it? Yeah, good attempt, but no snooker. Pang can get through to this red. Just coming around to have a little look if the red will pass the black.
By the way, Mark Selby has won the second frame on table 2. So he's level now with Xiao Jin. Winner of that plays the winner of this in the quarterfinals.
Well, he decided to try and use the black as the holding ball for the red ball to keep it down this end of the table. He's done that, although he has left a tempter for Mark. This red will cut into this right corner pocket. Cue ball will be heading back to baulk. Blue available. Now, that's a very nice pot from Mark Allen. Could do with the cue ball bouncing off this cushion. Well, he can pot the blue, but he may have to go around the houses to get back on the yellow. Otherwise, he'll be playing it from range. Well, again, not even tempted.
Mark Island, 1.
He's playing a very conservative match at the minute, isn't he, Alan? He's not yet able to get any sort of rhythm.
Again, Pang will be more than happy with that outcome.
Pang only needs the yellow and green, so you can't see him taking anything on that he doesn't feel is a high percentage that he will get. That was a tempter, but he never even looked at it. Again, just trying to keep it tight, just force a mistake out of Mark Allen. Pang understands the importance of winning this frame. Taking a 2-0 lead against the world number 1 is a big positive for him. Gets him obviously in front and a real foothold in the match. And as we've already referred to, Pang has this really nice ability of being able to dictate play for him. He can slow things down when he wants to. And then it'll all be on Mark Allen to try and force himself back into this match, but that's a poor safety shot from Pang. I suppose the only good thing is he has caught the green with the yellow and it's pushed it a little bit safe, but Mark has an angle on this yellow to try and play in behind it. Well, he's right behind this green, but he's very close to it, and it's difficult to play any sort of position on the brown. He's just got to sort of stab down at this to avoid the push shot. It's really tough to do anything with the cue ball here, so much so that he may refuse the green. I think he is doing. It's quite a big target in behind the blue, so he's going to try and land the cue ball up that area. But again, he needs to control the green here as well.
You saw from his reaction, his fury at catching the blue. That wasn't part of the plan, because of course he's also pushed that a bit safer in the process. Very lengthy second frame this, not one that's going to live long in the memory, but very important as well. Alan looking to establish himself in this match. He's not played well so far.
And it was a straightforward safety shot for Pang, just able to clip the green thin. Big target on this top cushion with pink and brown both balls. He was able to snooker in behind really from distance.
It's going to be 2-1 to Mark Selby after losing the first frame to Chao Jin. Selby on a break of 88 at the moment, so he's going to be moving in front. It's on Discovery Plus. Can Pang close this frame out? Excellent.
Very nice pot from Pang. He weighed up his options there. The safety shot was just as difficult as the attempt on the pot. There you see 23 ahead with just the 22 points remaining, so Mark Allen now needs a snooker.
Junxu, 3.
And the excitement from the neighbouring table will tell you that Mark Selby's completed the 14th century of this tournament already. Alan, of course, needs a snooker.
4.
And it's tough to lay a snooker where the pink and black are situated. Ideally would like them close to a cushion to make it a big target. He's got no room for error with them being in the middle of the table.
4.
Pang's just got to be sensible here and just continue to keep distance between blue and object ball. Sorry, cue ball and object ball. If Mark Allen is going to lay a snooker, it's going to have to be pretty good. He needs that cue ball tight in behind either pink or black, which is not easy to do. Well, Pang has just helped his cause slightly there. Wanted to avoid the cannon to the pink. He's just increased Allen's target.
It's been a bit of a slog, this frame. There you go, 40 minutes and counting. At the moment, Pang remains firm favourite to win it, with Alan needing a snooker, with only pink and black to play with, both of which are relatively out in the open. Alan hasn't settled at all in this match as yet. That looks pretty good. Alan snookered on the blue.
Well, now that pink is closer to this top cushion, it wouldn't be a bad idea for Pang to just try and push the blue over a corner pocket, which he's tried to. Even if Alan pots the blue, he's then got to try and lay a snooker in behind the black, which is in the middle of the table, which again is very tough. I'd be inclined to try and just push this blue over a pocket, try and force Alan to take it off the table, so then he has to move the pink. Because it's one snooker regardless. Just not a big fan of that shot from Pang, because he's left Alan with a real chance here to get in behind the pink. The side-to-side shot there was very risky. Alan will be playing this with a lot of left-hand side. The pace looks a little bit too firm. He was very close. It was a good attempt. But again, Pang asked for that. He could have been in a lot of trouble there, and it would have been his own fault. He's got to keep distance between the cue ball and the blue. Just makes it so much more difficult for Mark.
That cue ball getting a bit too close to the pocket for comfort as well for Pang. We've talked about how fast the better these tables are. He'll be eager to get this over with. The longer this safety duel goes on, the more you worry from Pang's point of view as to whether he's actually going to emerge with the frame. It'd be a horrible one to lose, wouldn't it?
It would, but all of a sudden, Mark Allen's targets are quite inviting, because the black is now close to the side rail, and that is a huge target. And now the option for Pang to push the blue over a corner pocket isn't really available, because that black is such a big target. So he's definitely missed a trick there. Now he's got to try and win a safety exchange without leaving Mark an easy route down this area of the table. course, this Shanghai Masters just seems to grow and grow each year. The crowds are always exceptional. We saw last night just how busy and loud it got here in the arena while Ding was playing. Albeit it's no longer a ranking event, it's still an event the big boys want to win. This looks a very good line from Mark. Fantastic shot.
It's been coming, hasn't it? 47 minutes now.
Yeah, and that was the trouble. Pang has almost asked for this. A couple of his safety shots on the blue have allowed Mark a route through to try and lay in behind pink and black, both big targets, and he's played a nice shot. This is not easy to hit. And he's missed it.
Foul. Mark Allen, 5.
So all of a sudden this frame is now very much live.
Goodness, how close did he get? But having got that close, he's left the blue over the hole. So after all of that, a chance for Pang to finally kill this frame off, and it'll be relief, I'm sure, the emotion for him if this goes in. Cue ball is fine.
5.
So a real attritional frame. Mark Allen threatened to turn it around there by getting the snooker he needed, only to leave the blue over the pocket, and Pang Junxu has gratefully potted blue and pink to finally get the job done and double his lead. So a very good start for Pang Junxu. Not the most fluent snooker we've ever seen, but he won't care. He leads 2-0. Pang Junxu then preparing to break off in frame 3 with a 2-0 lead over the world number 1, Mark Allen. It's been quite scrappy stuff, but Pang won't care. It's all about winning the frames. He's won both. He beat Allen in their only previous meeting at the German Masters 3 years ago, I should say. So Allen now required to respond. He needs to get in amongst them, really, get that cue arm going. Play to his strengths. He's much the heavier scorer of the two, of course.
And that's key, isn't it, for Mark Allen? And of course he knows this. He's got to attack. He can't keep getting bogged down with this style of play that Pang's happy to play, because it just doesn't allow for any rhythm to be developed throughout the match. And then, you know, when the frames go close, anyone can win them. Allen's got to try and get in and do the heavy hitting. Of course, we all know he's more than capable than doing that, but sometimes when you're out there, it's a fine balance between forcing the issue and playing overly aggressive. I think as well, until you get that first win under your belt in an event, you never really feel like you are involved in the tournament. So Allen will be desperate to get his name into the quarterfinals. But it was never going to be an easy task, this match, for him. They always look like a potential banana skin for me, just purely on the fact of how Pang likes to play the game. Well, the tables are quick, but they're not that quick.
Mark 4.
That is a big misjudgment. He's an absolute country mile away from that pack of reds. So Alan just having a good look at his options here. There's not really much value in having the cue ball replaced. A red will pass, I feel, through the reds. It's quite thin. Well, he's missed it, and he didn't really fancy it, did he? Because you can see where he's left the cue ball. Well, an attacking safety shot from Pang has worked out a dream, because that cue ball looked for a minute there. It had a little bit too much pace on it, but I think the brown has come to his rescue. You could just see from the final rolls of that ball, I think it's just rolled onto the cue ball or onto the brown. There you see, it's very close to being touching. Mark Allen with no access to any of the reds here.
Two cracking matches in the evening session here in Shanghai to complete the quarter-final lineup.
Foul.
Sean Murphy's playing John Higgins, and world champion Kyron Wilson is up against Xiao Yulong. That was a shocker, really, from Mark Allen. He took his time over what looked like a fairly routine safety, and look what he's done.
Oh, that was awful, wasn't it, from Mark Allen? Ball in hand, under no pressure whatsoever. He's certainly not happy with things at the minute, particularly with how he's playing. As I say, under no pressure for the return there. That was so below par from the world number one. And what it's done is it gifted an opportunity, although that first positional shot from Pang is... Well, he's got the blue to corner, obviously, but that was another shocker. Again, he just needs to steady himself, Pang. He can clearly see that Mark Allen is struggling. He's got to try and keep his foot on him. One good pot here to corner. There's plenty of reds to go at. Nice pot, but he's lost his cue ball again. He's a little closer to the side cushion than he would have liked.
6.
He's got a red through the gap here, and he would like a little bit of angle, and he has got that angle, so he can just punch the cue ball out for the pink to middle. Yeah, nicely played.
7.
So just having a close look at where this pink will respot. It will be available to right corner. Quite a lot of congestion down this area of the table. Black is well and truly out of commission for the time being.
$14.
He stayed down on it. I don't think he was certain, but it has gone in. That cheer you just heard, by the way, is for Mark Selby, because he's managed to steal frame 4 against Chao Jin, who was looking good to level at 2 frames all. But Selby has got back in on the colours and has pinched it. So he leads 3-1, helped by that century earlier in the session. Coverage will resume on Discovery Plus when they come back from their mid-session interval. What a chance this is for Pang to punish that extraordinary blunder by Mark Allen in playing safe. Looks like he's hampered now on the pink now with that red.
Yeah, he can't really buy himself a positional shot at the minute, can he, Pang? He's just constantly playing recovery shot after recovery shot, and the problem with this is that sooner rather than later, you're probably going to come unstuck. When you're chasing that cue ball around these quick conditions, it's very difficult to keep going. And there again, catches the brown, which was unintended. And he's lost the cue ball again. Okay, he may be on this red, but how does he get to his next colour?
25.
So there you see the lack of cue ball control throughout that visit has ultimately cost Pang. Not really able to do much damage to the scoreboard either. And again, the Reds have now become quite scrappy, all sort of travelling towards the left side of that table. It's just starting to feel like unless something happens quickly with a little bit of inspiration from either player, this game could be very scrappy in general. Although that's a good start from Mark Allen, a nice long red. It's a nice red to have, the cue ball always travelling back to Bork. Now again, a confident Mark Allen here would float the yellow into the middle. You can just run the cue ball down the table. 2 reds to play on, 1 beneath the pink, 1 to left corner, 1 to left middle as well, so he's got options. But he's missed the yellow. He's just not there today, is he, Mark Allen? It's all a bit of a struggle for him.
One. Six. Seven.
So still plenty of work to be done for Pang here. He's got these 2 reds to the left of the table which are available to him before he's going to have to
13.
play into some reds and try and promote them from the cushions. They're all covering one another, all very awkward. Slowly building a lead in this frame, but he will need those reds in open play. So choosing to take the outer red of the 2 here for positional purposes. Yeah, nicely played.
14.
So again, the last of the loose reds available for him after this pink before he needs to really think about getting into them. So he does have the option here, albeit it could be quite risky to screw this red in and try and promote some of the reds with this shot. If he doesn't choose to play that, he's got a guarantee he leaves himself an angle on this pink. Well, he's played up for the blue and he needs the cue ball to run.
21.
Yeah, he's okay. He's got an angle. So, big target to get into those reds. Play the cannon into the 2 left of the black or top it through to the 3 on the left of the table. He's chose the 2. He wants to try and catch them both simultaneously. He's okay, and actually he's landed on this red. It's quite thin,
26.
but it's still a chance to keep this break going.
Pang Junxu, 26.
Well, catching the middle pocket jaw was clearly not part of the plan. It's a very handy lead, particularly the way this match has gone so far. Breaks have been few and far between. Allen has made nothing better than 34 and has really struggled to this point. There's still plenty there, of course. 75 on the table. Just needs to find something, Mark Allen. We know what he's capable of. But he's been walking through treacle so far today.
Very surprised that Pang didn't even attempt that red that he was closest to. Okay, it was very thin and the cue ball was travelling, but he had a big area to play on, either green, brown or blue, and there was another loose red available. It was just a chance to take a couple of reds off the table. Chose against it. But then decides to attack at that stage.
One.
That's a good pot. And that had to go because he was always cannoning into the black there.
Seven.
So he's looking for one more red after his next colour.
Eight.
And again, it's gone wrong because he's the wrong side of the pink. He can't get close to this red on this top cushion now. And now he's hoping that one of those reds on the left side of the table goes. I think the outer one will just pass. Just come across the face of it. Wants to be pretty straight on it if he can. He only needs the red.
14.
Yes, well played. And although it's not been fluent snooker, you can't doubt
50.
that Pang merits this advantage. He's been much the better of the two. This ping to make absolutely short. And the problems are mounting for Mark Allen. He just cannot get involved in this match at the moment. Some potting mistakes, the safety error at the start of this frame, which ultimately wasn't that expensive, but he just hasn't settled.
But he has had chances, hasn't he, Mark? You think back to that opening frame, he missed a relatively straightforward red out of nowhere, really, and since then he's looked a little bit out of sorts. Not able to get any rhythm going. You know, it's very cliche, we always say how important those initial frames are. And I just wonder how big it could be for Mark Allen's day.
Well, the next one becomes very significant, doesn't it? Because it's the last before the interval, and it feels like a must-win frame for Allen. 4-0 behind in a race to 6. Will take a lot of retrieving. And suddenly, with the pressure off, the pockets are like buckets. Pang Junxu potting them in from all over the shop. But he'll be delighted with the start he's made. The previous frame could have gone wrong right at the end when Allen got the snooker he needed. But he's dominated this frame, and he's halfway to a place in the Shanghai Masters quarterfinals. Mark Allen is in urgent need of the 4th frame. Some positive vibes to the interval by winning this frame, and winning it well. That's what he needs to make a convincing break, just build a bit of confidence, which at the moment seems in short supply out there. He's looked tentative, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's looked so out of sorts this morning. He's just really struggled ever since he missed that red in the first frame.
And the last thing he needed was to leave a red off the break, which he's done. There's the cue ball.
1.
Well, that'll disappoint Pang, because that was a real chance to get going in this 4th frame. Well, I decided to try and pot the yellow, but for nothing really, because he was always going to be playing the safety shot next. But yeah, Mark Allen, it's not very often we see him perform to this level. He really hasn't been at it today. And, you know, if he's to lose this frame and go into the interval 4-0 down, it's going to take a really special performance, I feel, for him to win this game. Not just because he's 4-0 down, but because of the way he's actually playing. He's going to have to really sort of pull himself out the ground here, because the longer this game goes on, the worse it's getting for Mark Allen.
One.
Everything's just a little bit of a struggle, isn't it? You can see even from that shot, the cue ball just ran on and has landed close to this cushion, which now makes cueing down on this red more difficult. If the cue ball was a ball off the cushion, it's a very straightforward just stun up for the black. Sometimes the style of play at times, the balls have a funny way of just dictating. Everything just becomes a little bit awkward. Becomes a big battle out there.
4.
And again, failing to get the right side of the blue. So may just have to reroute here, green or brown.
7.
Yeah, nicely done. It was a little bit of a stretch, that shot. He had a longer bridge than usual, but he's played it nicely. He's absolutely perfect on this black now, and there's 3 or 4 reds available for him to go at. There's been no heavy scoring in this game so far, and this would be a good time to just send himself into the interval with some positive thoughts and a 4-0 lead potentially.
15.
Qualified for the World Championship by beating Xiao Yupeng last season, then lost in frustrating fashion to Rob Milkins in an absolute epic 10-9, having led 3-0 at one stage and then was 1 up with 2 to play. But of course in 2023 he got to the final of the WST Classic, lost to Selby, beat Gary Wilson in the semis, as of course he did here to set up this crack at Mark Allen. Made the semi-finals of the Welsh Open last year as well, when he lost to Murphy. So he's had some deep runs in ranking events. He's a very tough competitor. What a result it would be for him if he could make it a clean sweep before the interval against the world #1.
Yeah, they've been
24.
dreaming about this match for a while. Obviously, massive occasion for him. Big event in Shanghai, a date with the world #1, and it's been the dream start for him so far. Okay, he's not performed to the highest level that he may have liked, but as we've already mentioned, at the end of the day, it's about getting the job done, regardless of how you do it. I think it
31.
tells us a lot about his composure as well. He just seems content to play in any way. Like, it doesn't seem to faze him if he's not playing great. It doesn't seem to faze him if he's playing below standard, and that's a good place to be out there. He stays very present. You know, in years gone by, we've seen players get very frustrated out there in the big arenas when they're not performing. You know, it can be a
32.
pretty lonely place, a pretty daunting place at times. But so far, Pang is dealing with things well.
$39.
This is already his highest break of the match, which will tell you that it's been quite scrappy stuff, even from Pang, who's threatening to take a 4-0 lead here.
40.
But it's all about getting the frames on the board by one way or another, and that's what he's been doing.
$43.
Big target to play on these 2 reds that go to this left corner pocket. So again, now 1 good shot required. Get nicely back on the black. Again, just lost his cue ball for a couple of shots there, but he's recovered it nicely.
44. $51. 52.
First half century of the match. Can Pang go on to convert this break into a frame-winning one and a very commanding lead? Still 67 available.
And again, another pretty poor positional shot actually from Pang, because you can afford to overrun that there. You've always got baulk colours available, but to land straight or low on the blue was a sin, really. He had to get an angle on it to then get down this area of the table again nicely on your next red. He's close to the winning line in this frame. Didn't want to have to play this brown round the angles. Well, he's completely lost the cue ball there, played into the reds, and he's misjudged it massively. And that was the difference 2 shots ago. It wasn't that poor shot on the brown there, it was the poor shot on the red playing up for the blue.
56.
He had a few feet to overrun that cue ball.
Pang Junxu, 56.
A nice break of 56, but not quite a decisive one. There's still some hope for Mark Allen. This is the kind of situation that can lead to a dramatic turn in a match if Allen could somehow conjure his best snooker so far today and win this frame. Could completely turn the match around. It's a big if at the moment, given the way he's played.
It is, yeah, but regardless, you know, the best players in the world, they always find a way, don't they? And as I say, it was a pretty poor shot from Pang to not get right on that blue, and he's now hoping and praying that it doesn't come back to bite him. Because as I say, this sort of frame for Mark Allen to now pinch and win potentially would possibly be the inspiration he's searching for going into the interval, just to reset himself. Possibly hit some balls on the practice table as well, I would imagine, because would like to just try and find a little bit of timing. It was a long season for Allen last year, going deep in a lot of events. Obviously went out of the crucible to that impeccable clearance from John Higgins in the end, and then there've been a few months off since there. Chose not to play at Championship League snooker a couple of weeks ago over in Leicester. Pang did play there, as a lot of the middle-ranked players choose to do, just try and play your way into the season before this big event and the big qualifiers coming up.
Yeah, a couple of draws and a loss for Pang in the Championship League. But of course, he does have a victory, and a hard-fought one at that, under his belt coming into this match over Gary Wilson. Albeit that he didn't really score in that match, he got the job done in the end. And that's kind of the pattern so far today. Not much in the way of scoring. A half century in this frame, the only break of note, but still looking favourite to go 4-0 up. He only needs a red and a colour.
And Mark Allen's left him a red. Okay, the cue ball is pretty tight to the baulk cushion, but this a red he has to go for. Well, again, choosing to play the conservative option, and he's left the tempter to middle for Mark.
Nothing safe either. No insurance colour glued to a side cushion or in an awkward spot, so there's still jeopardy here for Pang.
And he's in trouble now because Mark's been able to cut off the left side of the table. Pang has no access to reds. You know, when you in a little safety exchange like this, you're always trying to get the upper hand, and a couple of safety shots that Pang has played throughout this game has asked no questions of Mark Allen. It's almost like he's just, you know, watching on, expecting to be in trouble the next time he comes back to the table, because that was such a routine shot for Mark to lay the snooker there. And with nothing safe, Pang's not only got to hit this, he's got to get it safe as well.
Fall and miss. Mark Allen 4.
Fair to say that didn't go to plan. Didn't seem to have anything on the cue ball there.
Yeah, he needs to chuck a little bit of left-hand side on this just to try and flick the red on the way back up the table. But the danger with that is if you catch it too thick, you've pretty much done the frame. Because surely, if Mark Allen gets in, it's a chance. Although, okay, he's not played well so far today. The balls would all be sitting ducks for him.
Yes, that 53-point lead doesn't actually feel that significant given the state of the table, does it? If Allen does get the next chance, he would back himself, even having struggled to clinch the frame. So these are big moments in this match, because it would be a hurtful frame for Pang to lose, even though he's had a good session. If you'd offered him 3-1 when they shook hands at the start of this match, of course he'd have taken it. But what a chance he's given himself to make it 4-0, which could yet be denied him.
Again, he's just erring on the side of caution here, Pang, because he doesn't want to catch that red too thick.
4.
But he's heading back to his chair because he has left the red now for Mark Allen. And in the red goes. So Mark Allen now with a chance for a counter-attack. And this has all come from the poor safety shot that Pang elected, the shot selection. He chose to just play the dump shot on the red rather than going for it. And he put himself in a lot of trouble.
And he'd definitely rather be in Mark Allen's shoes right now, albeit that he's still 42 behind, given the state of the table. What a chance this is to end what has been a frustrating mini session on a high and inflict some psychological pain on his opponent in the process. Oh, goodness, that very nearly stayed out. It's a struggle at the moment for Allen. It really is. This is not the player we saw last season, or indeed the last 2 or 3 seasons.
And when they're not going in cleanly, it just doesn't fill you with much confidence as a player out there. You stood behind every shot just looking for problems. He certainly will not be feeling good at the moment. However, he's still at the table and he's still got a chance to inflict a body blow to Pang here, because Pang had this frame won.
16. Three. $24.
You can see Allen just taking that extra second over every shot, can't you? Just making absolute certain that he doesn't make any silly mistakes here. A little glance at the scoreboard, he already knows the maths.
31.
Yes, Pang will be very concerned about the way things are unfolding here now. What a chance he's just given up for 4-0. Barring something
32.
unlikely, even with Allen playing well below par, it's going to be 3-1 instead, and that's a very different situation to go into the interval in a race to 6.
And for how poor he's played, Mark Allen, so far today, he'll be absolutely delighted to win this frame and go in the interval 3-1 behind. The interval probably coming at a good time for him, nicking this frame. He can go into this 15-minute mini break and just try and free his arm up on the practice table.
$39.
And he'll be well aware that this is going to hurt his opponent, who's outplayed him so far, clearly, but this will sting for sure for Pang Junxu.
43.
How significant it proves to be at the end of this match remains to be seen, but it's a frame he knows he should have won. 3 colours required for 3-1.
48.
Very nearly missed at the start of this break. That would have been the final straw for Allen, I think, but 2 routine pots away from getting his first frame.
54.
A dramatic frame in what has been a scrappy session. Allen has struggled in a big way. But he's done what top players do. Given the opportunity, given the reprieve, Mark Allen has taken it impressively. His first convincing snooker of the entire session to close the gap at the interval to 3 frames to 1. Mark Selby closing in on a 5-1 lead on table 2. Within a frame, if he wins it, of a place in the last 8. Pang Junxu breaking off. I wonder how he's feeling right now. Yes, he's 3-1 up, which is a more than useful situation, but he knows it should have been 4-0, and credit to Mark Allen, who hadn't played at all up to the second half of frame 4. When he was presented with the chance, he made a 61 clearance to get himself involved in this match. So the question now is he going to be able to build on that in the second half, find some form?
No.
So Mark Allen buoyed by that excellent 61 clearance to pinch the 4th frame, which he looked highly likely to lose, to find himself 4-0 behind. Looking to kick on now, having got some traction in this match. The first 3.5 frames were a real struggle for the world #1. Just the 12th player to ascend to the top ranking in the history of the sport. So that is some achievement from Mark Allen, who's been a serial winner in the last few seasons. Remodelling his game style to winning effect. Today, though, he's looked out of sorts, and he'll be relieved to have won that 4th frame, but it was really Pang who led him back in, wasn't it, Steve?
Yeah, and it's not just about winning that frame before the interval, it's about how he comes out now and responds to that, because he's still got an uphill battle, Mark Allen. It's, the trouble is with this game as well, it's so... Oh, that's a terrible shot that Pang's played there. He's in a lot of trouble here, but as I say, the difficult thing with this game is that it's very, very hard to just switch it on You know, Mark Allen, he's not been able to find any sort of rhythm, any sort of form so far today, and it's very difficult to just turn it on out there. You're just looking for that little bit of inspiration at times, you know, a crashing long red or a good split on the pack, just something. We thought that maybe that clearance in the frame before the interval might just provide that for him. We'll soon find out. I mean, the shot that Pang's just played there, like, where did he think the cue ball was going to end up? It was such a big cluster of reds that it always looked like, unless he checked the cue ball up past those reds, he was always going to end up in there.
Junxu, 1.
Well, he's just brushed the brown.
Move in.
Yeah, 5. On the screen it says 5.
Yeah, he's definitely just brushed the brown on the way through there, Pang. The lightest of contacts. He's hardly moved. In fact, it's rocked back onto its spot. It was that delicate. Referee saw it.
You could probably make a case for saying that Allen remains the favourite in this match after winning that fourth frame. He certainly wouldn't have been had he lost it, but 3-1 behind, there's still room to manoeuvre, first to 6, and we know that he's a vastly heavier scorer than his opponent. If he can just find a spark out there, locate some rhythm and fluency, then you would still back him to come through.
What he needs is a chance in the balls with how the reds are currently situated, ideally with high-value colours on their own spots as well. And you can see a little sarcastic nod of the head from Mark Allen. Pang's left this red to right corner, but I think it's pretty much dead straight. Not easy to get the cue ball back up the table. So much so that he's refused the pot. So what's the damage? Can Allen get past this brown for red to corner? Again, didn't really get close to the long pot. Didn't strike it all that cleanly. So again, following the theme of this match already, a lot of safety shots are being played, which in turn can push balls safe. At the moment, the Reds are still quite nicely spread. Well, it's not been a pretty bad result for Pang. That could have ended up a lot worse. You can see there's a red near the pink spot that will pop to left middle, but there's absolutely no value in taking that on unless he can get the cue ball out of this area. Oh, and again, another really bad safety shot from Mark Allen. He's absolutely butchered that one. Under no pressure really for the return there. He could have put the cue ball anywhere. He was obviously intending to get the cue ball over the left side of the table, over near the yellow jaws. But catching the blue was so poor.
One.
Mark Selby did take that 6th frame, by the way, against Chao Jin on table 2, so Selby 1 frame away from booking his place in the quarterfinals. It's on Discovery Plus.
Five. Six.
Well, holds his hand up for the little bit of run he's had to land on this pink, but I'm not sure why he's held his hand up there, because he was potting a red and intending to land on a colour, so... Oh, he's missed it. Well, again,
Junxu, 6.
that's another missed opportunity from Pang, and Allen quickly out of his seat, but look where the pink has come to rest. That red would have been available to the green pocket. Does it pass? Maybe very tight. Well, it did. You could see too much of it. And again, Mark Allen really just not at the races, is he? He just can't buy himself a pot.
Yes, it was a question of whether that 61 clearance to pinch frame 4 would change the pattern of this match, but no evidence really at the start of this 5th frame that it has.
1.
The longer this game goes on in the way that it is as well, it just, for me, favours Pang. Because, of course, we know how good Mark Allen is and he's able to battle it out at times, but just the manner of which things have unfolded today just doesn't fill me with much confidence that Mark Allen's going to find anything in time. And Pang, the sort of character that he's never really fazed by making the odd mistake. He's very good at just brushing it off, and yeah, I just feel the longer it goes on, it's going to favour Pang. He's had a couple of chances in this frame, but this now really a golden opportunity to extend his lead. He's got 5 or 6 reds in open play that he has to make sure he removes as quickly as possible here. He's got safe reds on the cushions that he doesn't need to bother with for the time being. Happy to leave them there. He's just got to chip away at the scoreboard.
Nine. Eleven. Twelve.
Yeah, that always looked high and short.
12.
And this is the one encouragement for Mark Allen. It's not as though Pang is playing particularly well himself. He's doing enough to win most of the frames, but he should have won the 4th. And if Allen can just find something, he could quickly be back in contention in this match. If he wins this frame, he's only 1 behind, and it's very much game on. It wasn't easy because he was close to it. Always difficult to judge the angle. It's a shot that Allen would have got if he'd been playing well, but as we know, things have been a struggle of late. Never deviated from its line, did it?
Just seems that every time that Mark Allen comes to the table, rather than just instinctively getting down and playing the shots in front of him, he knows the shots, of course he does, but he seems to be looking for problems for me. And, you know, it's easy to do that as a player out there, but someone of Mark's class and all he's done in the game, surely he's able to pick up on that Pang is just dictating the play at the minute. I think if Mark's going to find any sort of rhythm, he's just got to start playing instinctively again. Just going for his shots, trying to attack, because look, the class-in player that Mark is, his A game is good enough to blitz anyone off the table. Even his B game at times is good enough.
I think he'd be the first to admit that he's been playing his B game more often than his A game in recent times, but it hasn't stopped him from winning tournaments. Very nearly shoved that black into the pocket, and of course, when you have a corner pocket obscured by a colour, sometimes that can lead to something of a stalemate. as the reds begin to congregate towards it.
So quite a big target over behind yellow, brown and blue. There's a little corridor that Pan could possibly play into. Well, he opted for the thin safety there, just trying to keep it tight, and he's missed the red on the way down. Had a chance to play it a little bit thicker, try and put Alan under some pressure. So the stalemate possibly over after this next shot. If Alan can pop this red and then the black, he could be in. Well, he's potted the red, and now he needs some luck because I think he's going to be snookered behind the brown. Three-one up and playing well, you probably find the gap there. When you're 3-1 down and struggling, you can pretty much guarantee you're going to be snookered on the black. It's just how the balls seem to run at times. We've all seen it so many times down the years, how the balls can just dictate the play at times. And again, it's not something he wants to do here, just roll him up, but he's got no option. Again, sometimes just how things roll influence your shot selections. Alan not even able to push the boat out in that scenario. Try and make something happen. Big target, these two reds. Well, he's caught the wrong side of them and he's stuck one up. So now this is a good chance for Mark Allen. Can pot this red, clear the black away from that pocket. This is an important visit to the table for Mark Allen now. And again, straight away playing a pretty poor shot. Had to be straighter on this black because it doesn't pass to left corner. And he's got too much of an angle on this red. The mistakes he's been making have been elementary as well, haven't they?
Well, I think the tone was set with that red he missed out of the blue in the first frame when he was in. It was short range, routine. And ever since then, he's struggled, really, aside from that 61 clearance he made to win the fourth frame. And, of course, he very nearly missed a red at the start of that break. And there's been much head shaking from the world number one today.
Yeah, the black he's potted, he has to land straight on the red, basically. He's got so much room to overrun that positional shot. The fact he's landed with the angle that he did was a cardinal sin, really. An error that you would never expect someone like Mark to make. And ultimately it's cost him. And I tell you what, he's had a result, the cue ball going in.
Junxu, 4.
Yeah, walking back to his chair in disgust, not knowing at that stage that the cue ball was bound for the pocket. But this has got to be one of the worst displays that Alan has produced in the last few seasons, when, of course, by and large, he's been incredibly consistent and regularly walking away with the trophy. That's why he's at number one. He's not playing like a number one today. Not yet, anyway.
And the longer it goes on, it just seems increasingly unlikely that Alan is going to find anything today. It's so tough out there in the heat of battle to just turn it on with the flick of a switch. And I've wanted to come into this match. Obviously, he would have been optimistic. Big event, big city, big prize money. Best players in the world all involved. He's here as the world ranked number one player. He wants to try and set the tone for the rest of his season, but so far he's not been able to do that.
And he could very easily have got a cannon there, which would have left Pang potentially a very straightforward red to get back in this, once again, scrappy frame. I mean, it's the kind of match which, if Alan eventually finds a way to get over the line, who knows, he could then go on and win the tournament. Sometimes you have matches like this and it's just a case of winning them. You don't dwell too much on how you've played. But if you lose, then you've got no opportunity to improve. It'll be a flight home, and a long one at that. Good red, but no position to go with it for Pang.
Yeah, and if you're the other players in this little section of the draw as well, the winner of this match takes on Mark Selby, who's just registered a 6-1 win over on the other table. I think if you're Mark Selby going back to the hotel room now and popping this on, you're probably loving what you're seeing at the minute. Because, okay, there was not really any fireworks from Mark Selby today either, but he's played a lot better than either of these two have so far. And we saw it with Mark Williams as well, his opening game that he played in this event. He also played a wild card, but he struggled to really make an impact in this match. He was giving away chances left, right and centre. He was sort of really desperate at times to try and make something happen. Wasn't able to do that, and then obviously went into his game against Judd Trump and didn't get away with those chances that he was giving away.
Meanwhile, another mistake from Alan to leave this red for Pang. Chance to get back in. Yeah, Selby made breaks of 115, 76 and 65 as we see the red again. In that ultimately very comfortable 6-1 win. Selby winning 6 in a row after Xiao Jin had won the first and could have won the fourth. That was what really ended his challenge. Selby pinching that one from some way behind. This is another bits and pieces affair, but Pang edging his way towards a position of strength in his bid to move within 2 frames of what would be a great victory for him.
7. Eight.
Would have liked to have been straighter or high on this pink so he could drop on this red on the top cushion, because he can't just float this over the left side. Black is in the way to pot those reds. This pink puts him 28 points in front with 51 remaining. He's decided to try and promote one. It's not worked out.
$14.
Wow, well, it just about dropped in the end. It was a very good pot. It was tricky, clearly, and that is something that Pang has in his armoury. He is capable of knocking in very difficult pots, as that one was. It just about dropped, threatened to stay up for a moment to give Allen some hope, which was dashed. 29 the lead, only 43 left now in this low-scoring frame. It's been very bitty. So just one red needed to win the frame.
Twenty-one.
Quite surprised that Pang didn't take the yellow on there to the middle pocket. Must be a lot more difficult than it perhaps seems. Looked a natural to get the cue ball in and out of baulk, to get nicely on this red. Playing the pink, he could never get close to it. And that was a very tough pot.
Pang Junxu, 21.
Good safety shot from Mark Allen. Perfect length on the cue ball. Controlled the red he hit nicely as well. Pang not able really to do anything other than to just rest up to this red. Well, the double kiss was an absolute dead cert there for me. I'm not sure what he intended to do with that one. So close to the corner like that, it was difficult to get the red away quick enough. Now, Allen's just had a little look at that yellow, because if he can pop this red down the rail and leave himself on that, he could then get back for the other red in baulk. Well, that's a great pot from Mark Allen. He didn't play for the yellow, he played out for the pink. He struck it beautifully.
Well, that's surely the best pot that Mark Allen has produced today. Is he going to conjure another steal here? Get himself right back in the match? What a result 3-2 would be, given the way he's played. And Pang again guilty of not killing frames off when he's had the chance. He didn't do it in the fourth frame. He's not done it in this one. Wow, that went in via the side door, as they say.
It's edge of your seat stuff, really, in the worst way, I suppose. At the minute, you're not quite. It's not as convincing as it usually is it? Everything's just wriggling in. But the bottom line is they are going in for the time being at this visit for Mark Allen, and what is a massive visit to the table. If he can close the gap to 3-2, he'll be absolutely delighted. With the way he's played so far today, he could quite easily have been 5-0 down.
15.
So there, that yellow was a lot easier than, you know, I first thought. A few moments ago, Pang had the chance to pot that yellow and go in and out of baulk, back down for the red on the top cushion, chose against it, and ultimately that shot selection has cost him.
Yeah, this is going to be a second consecutive very hurtful frame to lose for Pang, and as Steve has mentioned already, he is very good at staying in the moment, but even so, this is going to sting if Allen can mop up here.
27.
Needs that cue ball to run, and it's just about got there. He can just float this cue ball across. He's absolutely perfect. Can get close to this black now, make it virtually unmissable.
33.
Well, it was a terrific pot initially to get in for this visit from Mark Allen. who's still struggling to find anything approaching his A game. But he's won 2 frames he could easily have lost, perhaps should have lost. And Pang Junxu is paying the price for not being clinical.
But all of a sudden at 3-2, Mark Allen's got his tail up.
Frame 6. Mark Allen to break.
So can Allen now kick on from here, having won that 5th frame?
The thing is as well that the best players in the world, they just don't keep playing badly, do they? And it wouldn't be a surprise to anyone to just see Mark Allen spark into action at some stage. It's got to happen at some point. He's just too good not to. But I think the key for that to happen is he needs to be more aggressive. He needs to attack Pang here, attack the balls, try and find a bit of that rhythm that, you know, when he gets going, he's such a fluent player, but at the minute, he's erring on the side of caution for whatever reason.
Arguably his best snooker last season was in winning the Invitational Champion of Champions. He was outstanding in that tournament. He beat Jimmy White, Ali Carter, John Higgins and Judd Trump for the loss of only 8 frames, including a 10-3 victory over Trump, who was of course one of the players of the season himself in the final, and also won the Players' Championship when he beat Mark Williams, Gary Wilson, Ali Carter and Zhang Anda for the title, as well as the shootout.
1.
We haven't seen that sort of form from him today, but he's right back in the match now. Pang with that opening red.
And he's got reds available just to the right of the pink, so he's eyeing up this brown to middle. It's a big shot. Yeah, he's just off straight, so having to play that with a little bit of pace to try and widen the cue ball. So Allen had a little study of the pack there.
1.
Just had a good look to see if there was any obvious plants. He's left himself a nice angle on this blue. Well, choosing against it, feels he's just gone a fraction too far. Yeah, he's played that one well, twice across for the red at the back of the pack. So it's important now off this red that he finds an angle. He's got just the one red detached to the right of the pink that is a bit of an out ball for him, should he not get a perfect angle, but he's got to look to attack that pack at some stage.
6.
The idea here, not to miss the black, try and get some reds moving, keep the cue ball in the middle of the table. Well, he's got some reds moving, although he's not landed perfect. It was a pretty good split considering it wasn't the best pack to go into from the black. This one to right corner is so thin. He's got to navigate the cue ball in and out of balk as well, probably. He's got the red, although he couldn't get the cue ball out of balk. Probably going to be brown to middle now, is it? Again, this is better, just seeing the shot, getting down and playing it, not overthinking. Oh, he was up very quickly. Feels he had a bit of a heavy contact on that. That's never nice to see, is it? When you're sat in your chair, you see your opponent flick your cue up, you're almost out your chair, and then to see it go in the pocket.
It's the second time that's happened today, isn't it? Allen up off the shot like lightning, suggesting he'd miss when actually the pot went in and he had position. Now, is this finally going to be a convincing visit at the beginning of a frame? We know that he's come up with a 61 clearance and had the last word in the previous frame, but can he impose himself at the start of a frame, which is something he's not been able to do at all so far in this match? He's beginning to look the stronger of the two, though.
So we're looking for an angle from this red on the blue to play a delicate little one into the pack. It's quite a big target, really. Usually there's quite a lot of emphasis on hitting the pink full in the face, but he can afford to drift either side, left or right. He has hit the pink full, and when you hit the pink full like that, at that sort of pace, with how the pack was situated, you'll be unlucky not to land on a red, and he's absolutely perfect.
Just a few signs here that finally Allen is beginning to find something out there.
And it was so obvious to see, wasn't it, that this is exactly what Mark Allen needed. He needed a chance and he needed to stay aggressive. He's took on a few in this break that have been good. He's played the right shots at the right time, and this is a chance now to not only get himself back level in the game, but more importantly, I think, to just set himself nicely up for the rest of this match, give himself a little bit of confidence, a bit more rhythm.
And at his best, famed for the tightness of his cue ball control. Cue's very close to the cue ball, very short bridge. Well, again, he's not happy, I think, with some movement in the crowd. Referee Zhang Tao reminding the audience to stay still and indeed quiet when play is underway. So Mark Allen taking a bit of a timeout. Maybe a little humid in the arena.
Yeah, he's doing the right thing here, Mark, just taking himself over to his corner again. If you play him well and you're in the zone, little things like that in the arena, you don't notice them, you just brush them aside. But when you're struggling a little bit to find something, you know, those types of things going on in the arena can really just bug you as a player. You know, he's really fighting to find his focus and to find his form here, and any little thing will put him off. So just steadying himself, because this is a glorious opportunity now. But you're right, though, Phil. This is exactly where Allen's at his most dangerous. When you're sat in your chair watching someone like Mark Allen in this position, you're pretty much thinking, right, just set him up and let's crack on with the next frame, because usually
64.
this frame would be over. Still a little bit of work to be done. Just needs to be careful with this one. Yeah, he's controlled it nicely.
55.
Yes, when he's playing well, that cue ball doesn't seem to move very much at all, because he's always in the right spot for his next shot. But you can't shake the sense that Pang Junxu has really allowed Allen back into this match. The last two frames, he really should have won. And you just can't afford to do that against
61.
one of the world's best. Never mind the world #1, as Allen now is. So the frame is won, barring snookers. And by an absolute mile, the most convincing snooker of the match from Mark Allen. Rediscovering his touch at the right moment.
It's quite visible, isn't it, to see the pendulum swing of momentum here in the arena.
69.
Mark Allen, all of a sudden, he's just found that little stride again, hasn't he, around the table?
And has picked up the pace significantly as well. Of course, it helps when you're in amongst them, but he's very noticeably got himself into a rhythm at last here. Not thinking too much about the shots, just getting down and playing them instinctively.
$76.
And from nowhere, really, chance of a first century of this match. The first of Mark Allen's campaign this season.
$82. 83.
Well, we'll need to play an exhibition style shot here to get position on this red. It's going to be pink to middle. Try and screw across over that side for the red in the corner.
$89.
Doesn't take a lot, does it, for top players to suddenly find something out of nowhere? Just one sweetly struck shot to restore confidence. Allen looks like a completely different proposition all of a sudden.
93.
And this was exactly what the doctor ordered, wasn't it? Because this has come at the
95.
perfect time for Mark Allen. He's got his claws back into this match. He's levelled things up, and as we've already mentioned, he's got the momentum going forward.
98.
But it's just what, sorry, Phil, yeah, it's just what the best players do, isn't it? They can just turn it on. It's very difficult to do, though, when you're not playing well.
Yeah, absolutely.
102.
Much more like it from Mark Allen. 15th century this week. His first of the season. And
107.
this is a return to the sort of form that has helped him to become the top player in the world in the rankings.
113.
And for Pang, a case of what might have been, really. That 3-0 lead has evaporated. And he's contributed to that, it must be said. But Mark Allen has punished him in clinical fashion. A superb century. So we're ready to go again, and Pang Junxu has to regroup now. The position of strength that he had has gone. How's he going to respond? Frame 7 of a possible 11.
Interesting to see Mark Allen's approach to that previous visit as well. There was a couple of shots where earlier on in the match he may have stood behind and just stood it a fraction longer. He played a lot more with instinct. Just got down, saw the shot, played it. And ultimately it led to that magnificent century break. And that's what he's got to continue to do. Stay positive, stay aggressive. Because of the two players, it's very unlikely that Pang is going to reach that level that Mark Allen is able to. You know, Pang doesn't look very convincing in terms of when he actually gets in. Just doesn't fill you with that much confidence that he's going to kill the frame off in one visit. But you know that Mark Allen has that ability in him to do it more consistently. And the fact he's just finished off that last frame with a century break and possibly feeling a lot better about his day. Pang's got to produce something special to prevent this game getting away from him.
1.
Brilliant long red from Mark Allen. Again, an area of his game that is just so good. You just get the sense, you can just see that little extra stride around the table for Mark. He's a bit brisker. Playing with a little bit more fluency. Shot time is decreased as well, which is always a good sign.
Nine.
So black into the reds. Well, chose to take the loose red at the top of the pack, and now we'll be looking for an angle off his next colour.
16.
Well, he can get through to this one at the back, which is perfect because he's going to be bringing reds into play here. Oh, he's not quite hit it as well as he would have liked. Would have liked that cue ball out a little further. He's okay. The black is a little bit thinner, though. Just wanted a fraction more screw on the cue ball. Bit of a stretch made easy by the fact Mark is a left-hander. Yeah, and it's cost him in the end. It was a tough little shot, that little nippy one. It was the red previous, needed to get that cue ball in and out of that pack. Very tough shots them, trying to control the cue ball as well. So a bit of a let-off that for Pang. He comes back to the table very quickly. He's got to try and stop the rot here.
One. Seven.
So I just wonder if in potting this red, Pang can leave himself an angle on the black to then get into that pack of reds. Well, was able to do it from the red, but how unlucky is that? My goodness me. He's gone through the reds there, bringing them into play. Pretty much guaranteed to be on the black, but he's knocked it in.
That is cruel luck. So often we talk about how the game feels like it punishes you when you don't take your chances, and maybe there's an example. I'm sure Pang would feel that he should have a handsome lead in this match.
One.
Ironically, easily his best break of the day was in a losing cause in that critical fourth frame when he looked as though he was going 4-0 up. Allen stole it with a 61 to get himself a foothold. Should have lost the next frame as well, really. Pinched that one as well.
5.
are now looking much the more likely, it must be said.
Again, this is the difference at top level snooker, as Mark again plays a poor positional shot. Mark missed the thin black a few moments ago, let Pang in, and Pang only able to register 7 points from that visit. But Mark doesn't like that one bit, does he? You can see furiously shaking his head. Big target up in the baulk area to try and get the cue ball. All about pace though, has to get it into deep baulk. Big target behind the green, the line looks pretty good. How's the pace? Yeah, it's perfect. That's a fantastic shot from Mark Allen.
That's the mark of a great match player, when you've suffered the disappointment of losing position, when a handsome break looked in the offing, to then just reset, not allow that frustration to affect your next shot, play a good safety. We've seen Mark Selby do that year after year, haven't we? Play an effective safety after maybe running out of position, rather than show your frustration, play a loose shot and allow your opponent potentially back in.
Well, all things considered, that is a superb return from Pang Junxu. He was in so much trouble there. He had no option to play the dump shot because of the red next to the black. He had to catch that red so thin. What a return.
That was a brilliant shot. A tableside view confirming that Allen's in a world of trouble here.
Well, it'd have done exceptionally well to have not left anything on for Pang there. He's in so much trouble. Had no room for error with that escape. And he's left this red to right corner. It's very thin. He's got one to left as well if he doesn't fancy this one. Possibly the best shot that Pang has played in this match so far. That's that previous safety shot to get Mark Allen in behind that green.
One.
And that's a nice pot on the blue. That was thinner than he would have liked. Again, from the red, he sort of landed in an area where it was awkward, wasn't it? But dealt with it nicely, and he's back in prime position. So both players have had a number of chances in this frame, locked at 3 apiece in a race to 6. Quarter-final spot on the line. It's got very tense. Big prizes on offer for everyone here this week. Your money doubles up in this round as well. The winner will be on a guaranteed £35,000 with the chance to earn more. All of a sudden, things have got very serious now. Pang himself is going to have to increase his level, because Mark Allen, we've mentioned, you know, he just looks like he's starting to regain that rhythm,
40.
refine that form that we all know is in there. Pang's got to respond to that. He's got to stand up to it.
$15.
As you've said, one of his chief assets is the ability to stay in the moment and not dwell on past frustrations, of which he's had a few in this match for sure. Could easily have had a nigh on unassailable lead at this stage of the match, but he does have that ability to focus only on what he can influence, which is what's ahead of him.
22. $23.
So got the balls exactly where he wants them now. Doesn't really need to do anything silly here. Everything goes. It's just about controlling that white, getting yourself to your next point. This is a great chance to take a 4-3 lead. He's just got to stay himself, keep himself as focused as possible. It's been a lengthy old match this so far. 3.5 hours we've been going.
31.
And we're not done yet. Plenty of life left in this match.
This frame turn when Mark Allen didn't land nicely on the black when the reds were spread and he was looking at a 4-3 lead, played what looked like a perfectly respectable safety, only for Pang Junxu to play an unbelievably good one, and that put Allen in a world of difficulty, and this is the result. Pang with the chance to retake the lead.
$39.
And a chance to register his biggest break of the day. Only a 56 to his name so far in this match. A very timely visit for Pang. Oh, he's not potted that cleanly. He's going to have to take the red to middle now. Just potted that black a little bit thick.
46.
Yeah, nicely done.
47.
So the black and the red for 4-3. This goes in. Allen will need 2 snookers, but surely won't get the chance to play for them. A lot of credit to Pang Junxu. I was beginning to feel as though he might have missed his opportunities in this match. But what a safety that was he played. He couldn't have hit it any better. And that created this chance, which he's taken.
Yeah, it was inch perfect, wasn't it? A moment of magic, really, for Pang, because put Mark Allen in so much trouble, and it's presented this chance for him. And he's taken them nicely.
62.
You know, it was a really cagey start to this game, but perhaps we're out of the woods with that style of play for now. It's been pretty open the last couple of frames.
65.
You know, this is what the crowd want to see. This is what we all want to see.
Yeah, the pace has been picked up significantly. 120 from Allen to tie the match up, and now this frame-winning visit from Pang.
69.
Looking for his second win over Mark Allen in this, just their second meeting. Beat him at the German Masters in 2021. And he really has played this very nicely. He doesn't bother with the black, but that's an excellent response from Pang Junxu to losing his 3-0 lead. He's back in front at 4 frames to 3. Pang played an absolutely immaculate safety return, and that set up the chance, which he took impressively.
Mark Island to break.
And it was good to see, wasn't it, from Pang, because from surrendering his 3-0 lead, it's quite often we see, particularly against the best players in the world, players wilting in that scenario. He stood up well there. That safety shot was magnificent. A shot good enough to win any frame of snooker, and he took them nicely. But now he's got to keep it going. He's got to keep the momentum rolling. He's back in front. 2 more required for a place in the quarterfinals. And again, a very poor break-off from Mark Allen. That's the second time today he's left that red to middle, and this time Pang's found a good positional shot.
No doubt helped by the fact that he's now in stroke after that break of 80 just now. He's feeling good about his game again. Even in building the 3-0 lead, it wasn't entirely convincing snooker. He was just doing enough against a completely out of sorts Allen to win the frames. Then lost a couple he should have won, but back in the groove impressively in that last frame. But not the right contact on the pink. And not only has he gone in off, he's left a long red for Allen.
You can see from that overhead shot there, the pink was slightly detached from the pack, which made that shot even more important to hit it as full in the face as possible. And he didn't quite have as much angle as he would have liked on the blue. He was having to force that cue ball down. Would have loved to have been a little bit higher up the table, so he could have gone into them with more pace easily. But yeah, disaster with where the red's gone.
1.
And Alan just having a little look at that red at the back of the cluster. If he can see that it goes to right corner, he can play on it now and leave himself low and bring more reds into play. Oh, it looks very tight. Obviously didn't fancy it, so has the loose red at the top of the pack now. He's looking for an angle off the blue here.
Nine.
Well, he's just about got there. So this time he does play for that red, and he is low on it. So in the previous frame he had exactly the same shot, didn't get the cue ball out far enough from the pack, and eventually missed the thin black. He'll have that in his mind here. Well, he made sure to get the cue ball out that time, and again he's been quite unfortunate. You're never quite sure the reaction you're going to get off the reds. Decided to play it with a little bit more pace to guarantee him getting out from that pack, but he's hit it too well.
Mark Allen, 15.
Yeah, a bit unlucky there for Mark Allen, who's playing a whole lot better now than he was in the first half of this match.
He tried to be very cute in the previous frame with that exact same shot, potting the red low, going into the pack. He just tried to chip a few out. That time he tried to get them all out. And yeah, it's a fine line between the pace and the spin on the cue ball. He just got a little bit into it too much.
Oh, it's beautifully cued. Superbly struck by Pang. A lovely pause on the backswing there. He's very good from distance.
It was right down the line of his cue there. That yellow was a little bit in his way. It's always a in your eye line on that type of shot. Makes it all the more important to deliver that cue straight and true, and he did do.
Four.
Well, this read a lot tougher than he would have liked. Yeah, great shot again from Pang. He just took his time there, chucked an extra few feathers in, didn't he? I was about to say, I'm sure he'd like the green back, but now he's potted that, he's well away. He's played a lovely controlled cannon as well to the red to hold for black. There was pressure on that one.
Two.
I think when the pressure balls do come, Pang does tend to stand up well to them. As I referred to at the top of the show, he's a relentless practicer. The hours he puts in on the table are, well, to be admired. It's not easy to do that. Does a lot of solo practice, based himself at Ding Junxu's academy in Sheffield. And all the hours of practice you do as a snooker player are all for moments like these, where you're in the big arenas, you're playing against the best players in the world, in this case, the #1 player in our sport. This is where all the hours of practice in the shadows come to the light. It's what all the hard work is for, so you can stand up in these occasions and produce the goods. Started this game off so well. He's seen a comeback from Alan, but now it's on him to try and respond again, regain control of this match. His level had to increase because Alan looked like he was starting to cue nicely, and it was up to Pang to deliver, and so far so good.
Eight. $29.
That's not gone quite to plan though. Out of position. Just 10 in front. A frame which, if Pang wins, will put him in a very strong position. It would mean Alan would have to win the remaining 3. Nicely recovered.
Yeah, I like that from Pang, staying positive
32.
at the death of this match. You know, these players, they're so good. In practice, he goes for that all day long, but at the start of this game, we may have seen him try to play safe there. It just feels like he's growing back into this match again. You know, when you keep refusing pots, it's a bit stop-start at times. It can affect your own rhythm. Took the chance there to stay positive and attack. Oh, but he's missed the red. So, in what looked to be a key shot, the green, back down for the reds. He's then missed the following shot. So after a couple of frames that have seen breaks of 120 and 80, we're back to where we began. This frame has gone very scrappy again. Both players with a number of chances. Balls have gone awkward. But it's no less important. Mark Allen really needs to keep Pang away from getting to 5, because if he does, surely he's going to get a chance at least to see out the game.
1. Six. Seven.
Well, he's got options here, Mark. He's got an angle on this black to try and disturb the two reds at the top of the table. If the red over the middle pocket is quite straightforward and accessible, it may be wise to play that shot now. Well, there you see, that red maybe isn't as close to the pocket as it first looked. Now, the cannon's not gone to plan, and I think the red to middle is a lot harder than it looks.
14.
If he goes for it, he can't really do too much with the cue ball either. Just try and drag the red in. Yeah, there was no value really, was there? He decided against it, just trying to keep things tight. So just the 1 point in this frame now. Biggest frame of the match for sure.
Absolutely, particularly given the way the snooker has largely gone in this match. Yes, the last 2 frames have featured big breaks, but most of it's been hard-fought stuff. Not much in the way of fluency, and this has been another example of that. But if Pang can somehow win it, he'll be in a position of great strength, and Allen will have a lot to do to win from 5-3 behind. 4 all, and obviously it's anyone's.
Well, he was having to be so accurate with that cue ball, trying to find the gap beneath the black. Always looked a big target. Had to catch that red a little thicker than he did. Although at first glance, it's not ended up too badly. If this red passes, it's quite thin. Yeah, that's a good pot from Mark Allen. Now needs the cue ball to run. He wants an angle on the blue here, and he's landed straight. Shake of the head, and I can tell you what he's saying there. Obviously, it lands straight. You can only really run this through and take the red down the rail past the pink. If he wants to try and keep this break going.
Six. Mark Allen, 6.
So this frame's still very much up for grabs. 51 remaining, only 7 points between them. Yeah, another good pot from Mark Allen, although he needs a favourable kiss on the blue now. Great to see the young fans in there all loving it. Some of these people may never have watched snooker live. It's a fantastic experience for everyone in such a big event, big arena. It's very different to watching snooker on the telly. When you're up there close and personal, you're feeling the atmosphere, you're feeling the tension at times, and there's definitely tension out there today. Yes, Mark Allen spoke in the build-up to this tournament about becoming world #1 and also about wanting to start the season as he means to continue it in a winning habit. It's a big money event. £210,000 to the winner.
Mark Allen, 1.
So he'd be very disappointed to bow out at the first hurdle for him. Mark Selby, of course, awaits the winner after his victory earlier over Cao Jin.
Mark Allen, 4.
It's going back. And of course, we've still got a session to come, which is due to start in about an hour and 35 minutes. Sean Murphy against John Higgins is going to be the feature match. World champion Kyron Wilson also in action against Zhou Yulong. The still frame there is where the cue ball was, so it just needs to move to the right as the referee's looking. And slightly above where it is right now, getting closer. No, the other way, I think. Yeah, that looks perfect. Same shot for Pang, just trying to rest up to these two reds. But yeah, what a momentous occasion we could have later on. John Higgins against Sean Murphy. John just the 2 centuries away from hitting a career milestone of 1,000. Could see 2 players reaching that milestone this season. Judd Trump also very close in behind. It's incredible, isn't it, the standard of play nowadays. The scoring abilities of these guys is just so good. Yes, the rocket defending champion here, Ronnie O'Sullivan, way out in front on 1264. Judd Trump on 982. But when you consider Trump turned pro in 2005, 13 years before O'Sullivan, his conversion rate is just as good. As Steve mentioned, Higgins 2 away after making a couple in his first round match and looking very good in the process. And Judd Trump on 982, he also looked very good in seeing off Mark Williams, one of the players of last season, before that strangely subdued performance against Jack Jones at the Crucible. But it is eye-watering, isn't it? The number of centuries made these days. It's incredible what the standard has become, not only amongst the top players either, Stephen, but way down the ranks.
Yeah, the strength and depth on the tour as a whole is incredible. You know, back when I initially got on the Pro Tour back in 2014, there was probably, you know, the bottom quarter of the tour. You'd maybe think, you know, that there was a lot of amateurs at the top of the amateur game that were probably good enough. But now the whole tour is just so strong. You know, long gone are the days of, you know, good first round draws, if you like, because everyone can play. And with only the 128 places available on the World Snooker Tour, it makes it so competitive.
Oh dear, didn't need that. A double kiss, leaving the easy red, although there's a lot of mileage still in this frame, you would think, with both green and blue glued to cushions. It's not a pretty frame once again, but it's a vital one. It's huge. Particularly for Pang, if he can win it, he's in a very strong position. But if he clears up here, it's going to take something extra special.
Well, this is a fantastic attempt from Pang to get close to the red. The red he just potted over the corner was not good, really. He could have put his cue ball anywhere on the table to try and get nice on his colour to get close to this red. He then had to play twice across from the pink. It was a good attempt. He would have loved it to have just travelled on a fraction further. Now decision time. You can see him just toying up, weighing up his options here. Do I take the red on? Can I play a good safety shot? The earlier days of events, these down the rail can be a little bit more forgiving. Come the end of the week, the tables will tighten up. The only trouble is the pace he'll have to play it at if he does decide to take the red on to get out for the pink. Does make it that little bit more missable. Yeah, no attempt at the pot. Needs the red to run on, though. Well, he's left a thin one for Mark Allen. Well, he's had a bit of a result there. He's promoted the safe blue as well. He's got the snooker in behind the black.
Anxious looks from Pang to see if he's left the potting angle here for Mark Allen, past the blue.
Yeah, and took the chance to try and bring the safe green off as well. You can't blame him for that. He needed green, and he wanted to make it easier to get from green to brown. Been a little bit unfortunate, I suppose. Could have pushed the green on, could have got the cue ball out a little further into the table with options of balls to middle. But obviously when things have been going quite awkward all day, that shot was always going to be no different. So now both the green and blue, which were safe a few moments ago, are in play. So very important for Mark to lay a good safety shot here. Got so many options.
请小声一点，谢谢。
Possibly trying to screw the cue ball in behind brown or black here. Yeah, he did do. Didn't quite get enough purchase on the cue ball. It was a good attempt. The important thing there was that he kept the yellow safe. Well, a fortuitous cannon off the black there from the yellow, because that was going dangerously close to that corner pocket had it not made contact. But as it happens, it's worked out a treat. Allen trying to come in behind the yellow, send it back down the table, keep the cue ball where the yellow is. Well, he's not caught it full enough, so now he's relying on a little bit of luck. Needs the yellow to pull up, and it has done.
And those are the wafer-thin margins. If that yellow rolls another millimetre or two, it's potable. Everything out in the open. It's all about this yellow.
So a big tempter for Mark Allen. He's got a little bit of angle on this yellow, so it's pretty much guaranteed he'll be on the green. But does he fancy it? There's your answer. Of course, Mark Allen appreciates the importance of this frame as well, taking absolutely no chances.
Yeah, good shot from Allen. Tap on the table from Pang. He is snookered on the yellow. Got to hit it and got to leave it safe in the process. I don't think he'll be having that one back. What a result for Pang.
Oh, it's crazy, isn't it? How a little bit of run can make such a difference at this game. Mark's played a good shot and he's then found himself in trouble, but he's played a good response there. He had to catch that yellow full. It was a pretty big swerve. Played it very nicely. That's completely as intended from Mark Allen.
That young man enjoyed it.
Great to see, isn't it? The youngsters absolutely loving it.
Again, a very satisfactory result for Pang. In the frame he's hoping is going to take him 2 up with 3 to play. That doesn't look very appetising.
No, and you could see the shake of the head from Mark Allen. He's thinking, what have I got to do to create a good chance here? He's played a couple of really nice safety shots, Mark, and it's not amounted to anything so far.
He's actually played a good shot there, Mark Allen. That was a very awkward shot. As he covered the yellow.
After the 2 previous shots from Pang, I think Mark deserves to have got the snooker here.
It's another handy little nudge off the brown. He's using up all his jokers in this frame, Pang Junxu. Another very lengthy frame, this one. Still possibly another 3 to come at the end of this one. 35 minutes and counting. We had a 50-minute earlier in the match.
And the little shake of the head from Alan quickly turned into a full-on laugh there, because that really was outrageous.
And eventually, the pressure applied by the safeties from Pang, albeit with a bit of fortune along the way, has presented him with this chance. If he can knock the yellow in, get on the green, he'll have a golden opportunity for 5-3.
Yeah, good pot. Nice pot on the yellow. It was quite thin. He's controlled the cue ball well. Now doesn't need to do too much with this green. I don't know what he's really looking at here. Just float the green and you're naturally going to be on the brown. Doesn't want to overthink this. Just get down and play the shot. He knows the importance of this frame already. Just got to fully commit to it. Yes, he's using the rest. He doesn't like the idea of just floating this in, does he? Played around the back of the brown, and he's not got there.
Fine.
A reprieve for Mark Allen. If Pang does go on to lose this match, I think he'll look back with plenty of regret, because 2 frames already today have come and gone, which he probably should have won. There was a gilt-edged chance to close this one out, which for the time being anyway appears to have passed him by.
Junxu, fine.
Not completely safe. Pang needs up to the pink to win this frame.
Oh, and that brown just ran on, didn't it? Looked for a moment there that it was going to be hanging over the middle pocket. Side-to-side option available for Mark here, but in playing that he can't really gain any sort of advantage. Pang has definitely got the upper hand for the time being in this little exchange. He's got the chance here to try and get the brown on the baulk cushion, playing behind the big target, which is blue and pink. It's a pretty good line. How's the pace? It's, yeah, very good. Good shot from Pang. Now, unless Alan goes 2 cushions here, which I presume he will, to just try and rest up to this brown on the right side. In playing it this way, he can't leave the brown, but he's hit it the wrong side. That's a big misjudgment from Mark Allen. Now he's praying that there's no angle on this brown, but I think there's a slight angle for Pang to get down for the blue.
Yeah, the expression will tell you. Alan fearing the worst now. Now can Pang take this chance to get himself 2 clear and within 1 of victory? Not straightforward. That blue looks awfully thin. Needs the pink to go with it, of course.
Just tried to use the pace of the table there to get the cue ball further down. Didn't want to hit that brown too hard because cueing down on it can encourage the cue ball to jump. Makes the pocket a lot smaller as well for the brown at pace, particularly when it's so close to the cushion. So this blue, if it does cut, it's so thin. And you can see from Pang's body language that he doesn't like it one bit. So it's still a blue and pink frame. Neither player requires the black. Just looking at coming in behind the blue here, Mark Allen, trying to send it back up the table. If he's playing that shot, needs to be careful of the jaws of the middle pocket.
What a battle this has been all the way through, really. As you can see, Pang can't get through to the blue. A couple of fluent frames which were very much at odds with the rest of what we've seen today. Oh, he's gone round the back of it. Didn't look like there was space to do that.
Point miss. Mark Allen, 5.
Doesn't really do too much to the scoreboard, that. Still, both players require blue and pink. But what it does do is just present Allen the opportunity to clip this blue in. And he's overcut it. That's okay. If you're going to miss that shot, you've got to miss it thin, because that way you're always going to get it safe. Again, another very lengthy frame, coming up to 45 minutes for this one.
Still, as mentioned, a possible 3 frames to follow. We're only an hour and change away from the evening session here in Shanghai. Sean Murphy and John Higgins, Kyron Wilson, world champion, and Zhou Yulong.
And that's a nice safety shot Mark Allen's just played. He's got a lot of distance between cue ball and object ball, both very close to the cushion as well. Side to side is difficult here, and the up and down is risky unless he plays it with a little bit more pace to try and go towards the side cushion. And of course it's so important that you get the object ball safe here, Pang. That's got to be your primary focus.
So, Mark Allen, blue and pink away from tying this match up again. Blue's easy enough.
Looks a natural to come down for the pink. It's all about pace. It's a very good line.
Fine.
Well, it's a good shot from Mark Allen because he had options there, played into a big area. So just this pink for 4 each in a best of 3 to see who gets through to the quarterfinals.
And in it goes. What a battle.
11.
What a scrap this has been all the way through, and still nothing to choose. After nearly 4.5 hours. A dead level at 4 each.
Firm 9. Pang Junxu, break.
Bit of hubbub in the arena. And again, goodness, what's happening? This is the only match in progress at the moment. Maybe fans arriving for the evening session. Mark Allen's not going to play until order is restored. Another shake of the head from him. I'm surprised his head's still on, the amount of head shaking from the world #1 today.
Well, the safety shot there has gone wrong for Pang. He's pushed a red over this right corner pocket. Mark Allen straight away coming down to have a little look at the black area. Does the black re-spot? There's a red close to the spot. Can he play on the black and create himself a good opportunity? This game has now become a best of 3.
It's fair to say that if Allen does emerge unscathed from this match, he'll be battle-hardened, and he'll need to be, of course, because Mark Selby's awaiting the winner. Much easier passage for him today against Chao Yin, Chinese wildcard who beat Jack Jones in the previous round. Selby winning 6-1, made a century. Mark Allen, of course, made one to get himself
7.
right back in contention in this match, and pinching that previous frame has got him level again. Can he now kick on, finish this match in style?
Eight.
Be really interesting to see if Mark Allen does come through this match, how he assesses his performance today. I can't imagine he'd be overly pleased
13.
with how things have panned out. But the flip side as well, if he is to come through, it would have been job done, I suppose. With the thought that,
14.
you know, you probably won't play as bad as this in your next game. Particularly the early exchanges, the first 3 frames, missed a number of chances. He's gradually grown back into this match though, Mark, as we expected from a champion. But just things haven't been quite going his way or how he would have liked.
21.
You know, there's been a number of things that have been distracting him throughout the day. His focus hasn't looked quite there. The intensity not quite there either. It's all accumulated to a below par performance so far, but as I say, that'll all be swiftly forgotten if he can get the W. Yeah, he's absolutely livid, Mark Allen. Another phone has just gone off right on his backswing for that red. I think he's about ready to erupt with the crowd here, or a couple of members of it. Just as he's come through to deliver that cue, a phone went off right on his backswing.
It's a minor miracle it doesn't happen more often.
Just to improve Mark Allen's mood, Pang has just found an outrageous fluke. The crowd have been really good so far for this event, but a couple of times today it has just distracted Allen. Bit of noise here and there, and the phone, that's unforgivable for me. You know, you've got one job as a spectator coming to watch any sport, and it's to make sure your phone's on silent, particularly snooker, where you can usually hear a pin drop in the arena.
That's the thing, it doesn't even have to be off, does it? As long as it's on silent, as you say, there's no problem. I think quite often you get the issue of people coming back after an interval, forgetting to turn it back on silent or off. And inevitably there's then a spate of unrequired sounds in the arena, but Alan's got to just try and block all of that out, get the job done here. Certainly played a lot better in the second half of the match than the first, when he was really struggling. He's got to be happy that he's still in the match, actually. Could easily have already lost it, given the chances Pang had in frames that went astray.
Yeah, and Mark Allen, in a good mood, probably thinks that way, doesn't he? But as we've already mentioned, how things have gone today, his mind could be racing, it could be all over the place. We don't really know what's going on through Mark Allen's mind at the minute. I can assure you it won't all be positive. But yeah, you're absolutely right. He could have been dead and buried in this match pretty early on. Pang really should have been 4-0 up at the interval, and this game could have been done by now. Mark, as we expect, though, showing battling qualities, but it's Pang once again with an opportunity. 5 or 6, 7 loose reds in open play. Just needs to be mindful with this positional shot now, using the rest, got the gear on the back of the cue as well. Just needs to control this one.
Seven. Eight.
And that's another nice little mini recovery shot. Cue ball travelled on a little further away, had to just dig into the cue ball there to control it for the pink. Played it nicely.
Fourteen. Fifteen. Twenty. 21. $26. $27.
So two obvious reds to play on here before he's going to have to turn his attention to some of the reds that are pretty tied up for the time being. Played a good positional shot there. Nicely controlled round two cushions.
32. $33.
So red to middle and now be seeking an angle off his next colour to try and disturb some of the reds. Just having a little look at the black, make him play on that to the right corner, which will just move it slightly away from that red next to it. and will need one of those 2 reds that are tied up by the green. So he'll have one eye on that. Just trying to figure out the best way to attack those
47.
reds. The obvious path would be from the black, but from the other side of the table.
Well,
He's got a nice angle now on this black to just float in behind that red on the right side. Maybe even try and develop it. Looks a natural. Yeah, he's controlled it perfectly. That always looked a natural angle, but executed it to perfection. So just doing the
55.
maths.
And showing again that he's very good at bouncing back from adversity. You'll feel there are 3 frames that he might have won, perhaps should have done, that have gone against him in this match, but here he is on the cusp of moving in front again.
He'd love to get on the black from this red, but it looks tough to do that. Whatever colour he takes, he's going to need one of those reds, and he's got to disturb them. Yeah, he's made an attempt to come down for the black, and it's not a bad option. This looks absolutely perfect. Well, that's 8 again. Just look at how quick it is. It's just running on. He's gone low on the black there. It looked like he was going to finish high, so he can't really get into those reds here. But what he can do is he can leave himself 43 points in front with just the 43 remaining. You barely have to hit the ball. Just keeps on rolling, but it's very
6-3.
much in control now, Pang. It's all on Mark Allen.
Junxu, 63.
A very effective visit from Pang. Not over for Mark Allen though. Still enough there to tie the frame, force a respot. Not the most straightforward safety shot this either for Pang. Tough to play the dump shot from where he is. Well, we've just had word from World Snooker that this is going to be the last frame of the match in this session, which is something of a surprise given that we're still over 45 minutes away from the scheduled start of the evening session here in Shanghai, but they're going to come back later when a table is available. Obviously, there's going to be at least one more frame to play after this one, regardless of who wins this frame. First to 6 to go through to the quarterfinals to play Mark Selby, but World Snooker have confirmed in the last few moments that this will be the final frame of this session.
I'm not sure about that decision. That's, yeah, not for me, because they've been out here for so long battling. It's the last thing either player wants to do is come back. Surely just make the next game wait a little longer. The magnitude of this frame as well is key. here, because Mark Allen got the chance to force a respot, although where he's landed there, he's got no chance.
Goodness me. Well, you
9.
can understand the expression from Mark Allen, because he was looking good to force that respot there. So it looks as though he's certainly going to need snookers now. 34 the difference. Only 27 left after his next colour. He's not out of it, but it's a whole lot harder than it might have been. So just to reiterate, whatever happens for the remainder of this frame, it's going to be the last of this session.
2.
They're going to come back later to finish the match. It could be 1 frame, it could be 2, but it's not happening in this session. The evening session due to start in 45 minutes. Sean Murphy against John Higgins, Kyron Wilson against Zhou Yulong.
So 31 points adrift. 1 snooker to tie for Mark
14.
Allen. Yeah, so looking to pot green and brown here. Try and lay
17.
the snooker off the blue. That way it's 1 snooker to win. But yeah, big moments regardless, isn't it? If Pang goes on to win this frame, I'm sure he'll be devastated to be pulled off, particularly with the way the game has
21.
gone. He'll probably feel like he's got a chance to see out this game. The last thing you want to do is come back this evening with the possibility that Mark Allen can find something on the practice table.
Mark Allen, 21.
A little tap on the table from Pang, so it would appear that Allen has got the cover with the pink. There's confirmation. I don't know whether the players would have been told ahead of this frame that that was the case, or whether they're yet to find out.
Yeah, I can't imagine they have been. They're probably just about to find that out, which will come as a surprise to them, I'm sure. Been a long old match, this. Coming up to 5 hours of play.
And no room to manoeuvre now for Allen with that blue going in. Still needs a snooker to turn this frame his way. First things first, make sure the pink is safe, which it is. All Pang will be looking to do now is get that pink right over the pocket, if not in it. And he'll be 1 up with 2 to play, albeit that he'll be delayed in trying to finish the job.
No, it's a great attempt from Mark Allen. For a minute there, it looked like it was going to be good. He's got very close to nestling up in behind that black. So difficult to do with just the 2 balls remaining, because as you say, Phil, Pang's main focus here will just be to roll this pink over the pockets. Again, he's played a couple of side-to-sides in these little exchanges throughout the day that I personally just can't understand, because it just allows Allen a free shot at laying a snooker. If the pink's over the hole, Alan can't really do much with it. Well, he has got the snooker mark, but it's a pretty straightforward escape for Pang. 2 cushions. Quite a big target. Well, someone in the crowd enjoyed that one. Pretty routine escape for Pang. As I say, the pink being closer to the cushion but away from it made it a big target.
Well, a few times today we've seen Mark Allen jump off the shot, which is never normally a good sign. Each time it's not really been that bad. All he can do at the moment is leave the pink in an awkward spot and hope that Pang doesn't roll it over the pocket. He needed a snooker earlier in the match and got it, only for Pang to eventually get over the line. So he'll still harbour hopes here, Alan, even though he's only got the pink to play with.
Oh, it was another very good line, just lacking a little bit of pace that time. Yeah, that's the right shot for Pang to be playing. The closer he gets this pink ball to the corner pocket, the more difficult it is for Mark Allen to not only keep it away, but to get the cue ball in behind the black.
You always feel as though the longer a duel like this goes on, the greater the danger that something could go awry here for Pang. And Allen could pinch this frame. He's already pinched a couple he shouldn't have won. Arguably 3, actually. Which is why this match is still ongoing, and indeed will be ongoing for a long while yet, because if you're only just joining us, this is going to be the last frame in this session. They're going to have to come back later, regardless of who wins this frame, to finish off at the conclusion of the first match, to be completed in the evening session. Karen Wilson, Joe Yulong, Sean Murphy, John Higgins. That decision made with just over 3/4 of an hour to go before the evening session, which is now just over 35 minutes away.
I feel at some stage Mark is going to lay a good snooker. He's gone close a couple of times. And there you see he's getting pretty good lines towards the black, just lacking a little bit of pace, but yeah, the longer it goes on, I do fancy him to lay a good one. puts even more importance on Pang getting that pink as close to the corner pockets as possible.
Finally, the job is done,
Yes.
but not a victory. Now then, I think the players are just finding out, are they? No, it looks as though Mark Allen knew anyway that they're coming off. At 5-4 to Pang Junxu, so the home favourite, 1 up with 2 to play, but of course there'll be...
Okay. Spring 10, Mark Allen to break. One. Six. Seven. $14. $15. $22. $23. 30. Junxu 30. One. Five. Six. Ten. 11. 17. $18. $25. $26. $33. $34.请把手机亮光关掉。41. $42. $48. $49. $54. $55.
60. 61. 68. 69. 74. 76. 79. 83. 88. 94. 101. 311. 唐俊旭 to break. Touching ball. 1. 8. 请对面的观众坐下，谢谢。14. 15. 22. 庞俊旭 22. 1. 5. 庞俊旭 5. 1. Three. Marker 3. 1.黄俊旭 1. Mark Allen 1. One. Mark Allen 1. Foul and miss. Mark Allen 4. Foul and miss. Mark Allen 7. One. Eight. Nine. Mark Allen 9. One. Eight. Nine. Six. 17. 24. 庞俊旭 24. 1. 5. 庞俊旭 5. 1. 2. 7. Nine. Choice. Sixteen. Mark Allen, 16. Junxu, win the frame.